we've heard from the next Vice President of the United States, Senator J.D. Vance.
Let's get it.
I also feel compelled to note once again that it is a miracle that we are here tonight. The fact that Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania just days ago and is here tonight to accept his nomination is proof that we are all protected by the hand of a mighty God. We have a lot of work to do in this election cycle. Tomorrow, we will all go back to our respective states, roll up our sleeves, and get to work to win this election. But first, we have some business to attend here tonight. Are you ready? Are you ready to hear from the man who has the vision and strength to make America wealthy again? To make America safe again? To make America strong again? And to make America great again? Are you ready to hear from the next President of the United States? Then let's get this show on the road. I hereby open the final session of the 2024 Republican National Committee.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome B.J. James McLaughlin from Des Moines, Iowa, Delegate at Large for Iowa.
Good evening. If you bungle raising your children, nothing much matters. Jackie Kennedy's words speak louder today than when she said them over 60 years ago. And this is why we gather on this historic occasion, isn't it? We as parents and grandparents would move heaven and earth to protect our children and the opportunities that a strong, free America offers them. Raising our children is the single most important job we have, which is why we dedicate endless hours organizing, volunteering, and advocating on behalf of President Trump. We owe it to our children to give them the kind of America we all remember growing up in, the proud, patriotic, and safe America that President Trump wants for all of us. Thank you. At home, every night when we finish our prayers with the prayer to St. Michael. We pray for all the children, our grassroots warriors, our country, and President Trump and his family. Tonight, I would like to add my boys, JJ, Jack, and George, and God bless you, Kevin. And President Trump, St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle.
Yeah, yeah.
And snares of the devil.
Dude, Josh, how crazy is that my video took off like that?
And do thou,
it's almost at 11.
Of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruins of souls. Amen, and God bless President Trump.
Maybe those are the type of shorts I need to make.
The presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Veterans for the Flag Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Color guard. Mark time, mark. Detail, halt. Left, peace.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Halt.
Josh, stand up
Please welcome Gabe Guidarini to lead us in the
like
Pledge
this.
of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank
All right,
you,
we'll take it, Josh. Everybody, please make
Thank
sure to hit
you.
the like.
and may God bless our great nation.
Now to perform the national anthem, please welcome award-winning international singer, Mary Milben.
I thought they were going to call out 50 Cent. I hope he sings Trump coming out. Many men. As long as she don't bomb it like the chick did at that game the other day, at the All-Star game. He's so funny, bro.
Oh, say, can you see?
Yeah, dude, she did worse than Fergie. Remember how bad Fergie did? That was her name, right? The Fergalicious girl? Remember how bad she did at one of the games? Oh my god. She did worse than her. Oh, she sounds good actually. No, no one. No one. I love that.
Oh, America, it is the greatest country in the world. I said America, it is the greatest country in the world. Yes, it is. And still we can see as the years have gone by. There's a dream in our land, like a flame that keeps burning. And the magic
Dude, she's actually pretty good. I've been listening to it. You're about to cry. Yo, why does Guam have a say so in anything? I don't get it. Is it because we like have territory over there? It's so weird to me. Look at this crazy shit. I put this short up an hour ago. An hour and 5 minutes.
It's got 11K likes.
Huh?
It's got 11K likes and almost 200,000
No,
views.
11,000 views. 600.
Oh, that's your total. Okay, that's your total.
11,000 views, 600 views. I'm gonna figure it out. Dude, Hulk Hogan is speaking tonight. How crazy is that? We get Hulk Hogan. Is Caleb wearing a pirate hat? Josh said, are you wearing a pirate? No, he's wearing a fucking girl's fucking bonnet.
Please remain standing while the colors are retired.
Rob been fitted. I want one of those shirts. That shirt's raw.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, United States Senator Steve Daines of Montana.
Yes. Who's this douchebag?
Wow, how about that national anthem sung
Bro,
by
that
Mary
bitch is sweet as
Melvin?
fuck.
I'm U.S. Senator Steve Daines, and I represent the great
Dude,
state
his
of
head,
Montana right
the
over
top
there.
of his head is bigger than the bottom of his head. Am I
You know, when I was
tripping?
a kid growing up in Montana,
Okay, Josh, am I
my
tripping?
grandma
Is this
taught me an
is the
important
top of his
lesson,
head
and that
big?
is to have a thankful heart, to count your blessings. So this morning, as I was headed down to breakfast, I thanked God for my sweet wife, Cindy, of 37 years.
Yes.
I thanked God for our 4 children and their spouses. I
Mega
thanked God for our 6
God said mega
grandchildren.
mind.
And then I thank God
Again.
that in 6
What's the dude's
months,
name from
Joe
Marvel,
Biden
Josh?
will no longer be president of the United
The
States.
dude that's all head,
Modoc.
Yeah, Modoc. Fucking Modoc head. He looks like Jimmy
Now think
Neutron.
about this moment we're in here this evening. It was just 5
This
days
is Jimmy
ago.
Neutron's uncle.
We were a quarter-inch away from having a memorial service instead of a nominating convention. And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump.
Oh, yeah.
But we have important work to do because going forward, we must fight, fight, fight. And I will tell you, as chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, I'm working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck Schumer. Back in early 2023, President Trump and I met at Mar-a-Lago. We agreed our highest priority is electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will stand with President Trump. And tonight I want to speak directly to the voters of West Virginia, of Montana, of Ohio, of Pennsylvania, of
What's
Nevada,
up, brother?
of Michigan.
You see what he said? He was like, there's no party
Arizona,
like a sketch party. Too soon?
Virginia,
Too soon?
and New
What's up,
Mexico.
brother?
And here's why. Because your Democrat senators are lying to you. Look, they talk like moderates, but they vote like radicals.
So do
they
a lot
say
of the
they're
rhinos,
with
so.
you, but they vote with Joe Biden.
So do Rhinos.
Never forget, these liberal
Can we
senators
fact check them? I
voted
mean,
to
Mike
impeach
Johnson signed off to
President
send
Trump
money to Ukraine.
twice. And I will tell you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump. These liberal senators allowed millions of illegal immigrants into our country. An America First majority will secure the border, and we're going to build the wall.
Yeah.
Build the wall.
These liberal senators shut down the Keystone Pipeline. An
That's
America
true.
First majority, we're going to drill, baby, drill. These liberal senators want to take away your Second Amendment rights.
I gotta restart it, guys. It's being weird. Like the voice is like not on point with the video. Watch from Trump's video look better.
Will protect
There
your
we go.
precious right to keep and bear arms.
Trump's live streaming this too.
Huh?
These
Trump's live
liberal
streaming this
senators
too.
covered for Biden after 13
He's
American
going to speak
service
today.
members were
So is
killed
Hulk Hogan.
during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal.
And I think 50 Cent's going to speak
An
too.
America First majority. By the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine. An America First
In fact, you
majority
got
is going
50
to
Cent on
stand
that
with
mic.
our military.
That got a whole different-
These liberal senators stood with anti-Semitic mobs. An America First majority is going to stand with Israel.
No, we don't want that. We want you to
look,
just stand with America.
These liberal senators want boys in girls' sports. I'm the father of 2 daughters. They want men in your daughter's and my daughter's locker room. And you know, they can't even define what a woman is.
Look, 68%.
But let me tell you something. Back
good.
in Montana, we know the difference between a bull and a cow.
Yeah. We know it here in Cleveland, too.
We must replace these liberal senators with great Republican leaders like Jim Justice and Baby Dog in West Virginia, like Tim Sheehy in Montana, like Bernie Moreno in Ohio,
Yes, sir.
like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania, like Sam Brown in Nevada, Mike Rogers in Michigan.
Yeah. I love Hulk
Eric
Hogan.
Hovde
It's my
right
dog.
here in Wisconsin.
What's up, Vaughn? How you doing, bro?
Hung Cow in Virginia. Nella Domenici in New Mexico. And of course, Carrie Lake in Arizona. We must elect an America First Senate majority that will stand with President Donald J. Trump. But look, right now,
I'm
the
gonna watch
left-wing
these parts of the
billionaires
movie
are
and you want to enjoy the show. What's up,
massively
David?
outspending
Yeah, I
every
decided to live
single
stream it because Trump's going to be speaking and
we need your
Hulk
help.
Hogan's going to be speaking
You
tonight.
can go to Senate24.com. Senate24.com today. Help us fight back. Because together, we're going to win back the Senate. We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver historic victory for President Trump. And we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
All right. Let's see who's next.
Tonight
Good
we
old
gather here in
Thunderlamps.
Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible to hide anymore.
It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America.
Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come.
I'm only here for the Hulk Hogan, brother. Yeah. I don't see him yet though, so let's go look at some other stuff right now. How you guys all doing tonight? Dude, these fucking douchebags have to say.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities,
Nope.
It's special. Let's hear what they're crying about.
Yes, indeed. This morning I did walk out of a federal prison. Joe Biden and his Department
That's crazy.
of Injustice.
You always work like, dude. I
put me
appreciate
there.
that, bro. How's
I got
work
a very
going?
simple message for you. If they can come for me, and if they can come for Donald Trump,
I forgot that he just got out of
they
prison.
will come for you.
Yeah. If we break the law, they'll come for us. That's unless you're in California, maybe they don't come for you.
Yeah. He's like, if they come for me for refusing a congressional subpoena, they could also come for you for refusing a congressional subpoena. Yeah, that's how the law works. We all have to.
No. That's not what he meant by that.
If they come for me after a robbery at a bank where I murdered several people, they could also come for you when you do
That's not
several
what he meant
murders
by
in
that.
a bank robbery. Yeah. We know. So he, of course, did go to prison for ignoring a congressional subpoena. He had absolutely no defense, and the courts laughed.
Peter Navarro, I think he was on Trump's council or something
Him
like
out of
that,
court,
and he got in trouble.
basically, and
He got in trouble and had to go to do time in federal prison for a little bit.
said, no, you can't ignore a subpoena. That's super clear. So he went to prison. Now he's, of course, a victim of the Department of Injustice.
Not what he meant by that, though. What he meant by that is if they can put a witch hunt against me, they could put a witch hunt against you. It's weird how people don't understand what people are saying. Yeah, so he's With my in the morning, completing a 4-month sentence for refusing to cooperate with a congressional investigation of a attack by a mob of former President Donald Trump supporters trying to stop the certification of his loss to Democrat Joe Biden. Yeah, so he wouldn't comply with what they wanted him to do. So they said, "All right, we're gonna go sit you down in the fucking prison for a little bit, you little punk."
Now, even rich white Republicans have to follow
Just
the
Izzy,
law.
no alcohol.
What an injustice.
So maybe poor Bob Menendez, who literally took money from foreign actors and sold his influence in illegal ways and was convicted. I guess that's an injustice, right?
Oh, Department of Injustice. The deep state went after poor Democratic Senator Bob Menendez. And you know what? If they, and by the way, Bob Menendez did say something akin to this. Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday.
They say the same thing.
He's like, if they come for me, they can come for you. No, they can't. You're a senator who stuffed gold bullion into your pockets. There are, yes, that's true. If I became a senator and I did a secret deal with Egypt and Qatar,
I don't drink,
and
bro.
they
I
gave
quit.
me gold
I mean, it's not that I
bullion,
don't
yes, then they
drink. I
would come
just
for me.
I haven't drank in
So-
like 2 years.
But of course, the Republicans never mention all the Democrats that the Justice Department puts away. So why is the deep state going after poor Bob Menendez and poor Henry Cuellar, right? Just because they were paid off by the Azerbaijanis, Qataris, and the Egyptians, right? So but they love being victims. That's their favorite thing in the world, and they like to pretend that the state is targeting them. And one of the reasons strategically why they do that is because the next time they break the law, like trying to steal an election, they don't want to go to jail. They don't want to go to prison. So they train their side to think that anytime that the prosecutors come after them, that it's an injustice and they need to be protected and they need to attack the people who are actually trying to do law enforcement.
Yeah, and it's so self-serving, but at the same time, it totally destroys trust toward our judicial system, toward our Department of Justice. And remember, when Donald Trump was president, he really thought that the Department of Justice was there, like, for him personally, right? To provide cover for him, to carry out his dirty work. It was ridiculous.
Guys, that's why I say he's dumb all the time. I know, like, lately he's been running circles around the Democrats politically, and that is so embarrassing.
56 views.
But the fact that Donald Trump never figured out that the Department of Justice is not his personal lawyer, but is actually supposed to apply the law fairly and evenly and not be influenced by political interests. He just never got it. He doesn't understand it to this day. That's why every time he says it, and he just spits out whatever is in his brain, right? He's always like, I don't get it. He's my lawyer. Why is he trying to hold me accountable?
Yeah, and at the time,
he should be protecting me. He's not your lawyer.
Yeah.
He's the attorney general. He's the lawyer of America. He's supposed to protect the American interests and American voters and American citizens. But he can't get that through his thick head.
Comprehension is a lot, buddy.
Any progress for the American people.
You gonna be on Warzone at all?
For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone.
Yeah, later.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup. To save
Okay,
America,
I'll let you know.
we need to grow our majority.
I'm gonna go across the
And
street.
we need
love you.
President Donald Trump back in the White House.
Lock the front bottom lock for me. Fire Joe
The
Biden.
Republican House is also essential to ensuring Donald
Where'd you believe?
Trump's success as our president.
Let's get it.
Can you imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do
Oh,
if he
man.
was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump? If Democrats control the House, they'll block every tax cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen.
Facts.
Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will fund the police.
I'm about to drink some water too. Actually, I'm going to grab some.
Rebuild our military. We will stand up to communist China. And ladies and gentlemen, we will finish the wall. A House majority will make Donald Trump's second term even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you. Who can we count on? Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented American prosperity? Who can we count on to stand up to our enemies? Who can we count on for a secure border and safer neighborhoods? Absolutely right. We can count on President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Let's grow our House Republican majority. Together we can make it happen. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American businesswoman Diane Hendricks.
Good evening. My name is Diane Hendricks. And I'm living proof that the American dream is possible with hard work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9 girls, no boys. I dreamed of moving to the city and wearing a blue suit. But at the age of 17, I became pregnant. That was not part of my plan. But I truly believe that every life is a sacred gift from God. And I give thanks every day for my son. As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs to pay the bills. I found my passion in the field of real estate, which is still my passion. When I met my husband, Ken, he was a roofing contractor, and together we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company. Today, ABC Supply employs over 22,000 Americans. We are the largest roofing distributor in the country. But what's even more important is we are creating these jobs right here in the United States of America. I lost my husband 16 years ago. It was the toughest time in my life. Thank God I had our 7 children to be my support. But I had to decide whether to fight or fold. And I chose to fight. Since then, I've quadrupled the size of our companies. And to my surprise, I was recently just recognized as the most successful self-made woman in American history. So to all of you aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too. My success story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible because I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America. But today, the American dream is under threat. Since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took over the offices, prices have risen over 20%. Aspiring entrepreneurs can't afford to take out a loan at 7, 10, 15%.
Me, DG, Richie, and Cam.
Regulations have surged, and the administration has proposed $7 trillion in tax increases. I know how hard it is to build a company from nothing. And we need a president who understands that too. We need a builder back in the White House. Someone who will cut the job-killing regulations, lower taxes on working families, and give the power back to the American people.
Hey, baby. What should you do?
In life, it's easy to quit, and it's very hard to win. President Trump is not a quitter. He's a fighter, and I am confident that if we do all of our part, we can and we win. We'll win right here in Wisconsin.
Oh God, it was this Joe Biden.
For America over the next 4 years. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
On a scale of 1 to holy shit, how drunk is she?
Diane Evans, volunteer and Republican Executive Committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
Hello, Milwaukee. My name is Diane Evans. I'm a volunteer with more than 1,000 hours working
I like
for the
that pin.
Trump campaign since
Right.
last year.
She was slurring a little
If you
bit,
told
that's
me
for
I'd
sure.
be here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November. I've never spoken at a convention before. I've never used a teleprompter before. But I figure if Joe Biden can, I can manage all right. I'm pretty new to politics. I voted my whole life, but I've never got involved as a volunteer. I was busy raising my family, spending time with my husband, starting a small business, and walking the dog. Moms are busy people. When it came to politics, I always figured let everybody else take care of it. But then the 2020 election happened. After that, you better believe I got involved. I joined my local Republican executive committee, and when Trump headquarters asked for a volunteer to help with office staff, I started showing up whenever they needed me, or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway. I showed up once a week and did little things like refilling coffee creamers, anything that they needed, even taking out the garbage. And now I'm helping to take out the garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yeah. Get that garbage out of here, boy. Yeah, should I make it big screen?
As long as I can
My bad.
remember, these politicians have said what they think we want to hear, then they do just what the hell they want. And Joe Biden has been the worst offender
Let me know if it's too loud
for the
or loud
last
enough.
50 years. President Trump is different. I knew he would get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp. The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute. If you're not sure how to get involved, reach out to your local Republican Party.
Trump
And
is
most
built different.
important,
Come
get
here.
out and vote Republican
What you doing?
on November 5th.
What you doing?
Tell 20 people to tell 20 people to vote.
What you doing?
That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or rig their way out of a landslide. I know that together we can win. We can all take out the garbage in Washington, D.C.
Let's get it.
And we can make America great again.
Yeah.
God bless President Trump, and God bless Team Trump, and thank you so much. I'll see you all out there.
Meganomics. Let's get it. Let's get a hashtag Meganomics in the chat.
Our southern border in crisis. Enemies of America pouring in. Your family at risk. Working families struggling to pay the rent, buy groceries, pay for gas. Yet Washington is paralyzed. But this week at the convention in Milwaukee, Republicans are developing a plan to end inflation, secure the border, make groceries and life affordable.
See what Charlie Kirk's talking about.
Wix gives you the
What's up, chat? How are y'all doing today? If you haven't yet, please make sure to hit that like. We're just waiting for everybody to come out. Okay, so Charlie Kirk. Is he just... Oh, so he's literally just live streaming it. They're not talking about anything, it looks like. That's cool. Yeah, we're going to get it next year. If DG don't get in line, it's going to be Bird and JD Vance.
Again, to right the wrongs of the last 4 years.
Right now, we will make
Right
America
now.
great again.
Right now. Yeah, that's raw. I want that. Let's text it. No, Josh, you're crazy. Yo. Hashtag, where's my shoes? Get my shoes. Who is this that everyone's cheering for?
Thank you. Well, hello, Milwaukee.
Hillary Clinton.
And good evening, America. Let me take 1 second to say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut.
What is Hillary doing there? Listen, DG.
My name is Linda McMahon, and I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute.
Oh, that's Linda! What? Let's go!
I'm perhaps
She should have came out to Stone Cold.
one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago, and as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. For fun, he became part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history. And when he became president, I was honored to serve in his cabinet, running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country, talking to business owners and job creators. They knew they had a president who understood them and fought for them. He knew that small businesses are the engine of the American economy, and the Trump tax cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them.
Linda's out here fighting for our country. Vince is out here getting pooped on and naming dildos after Brock Lesnar and fucking John
Their
Cena.
businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing. But at no moment during my time in the government was more poignant for me than one that happened in 2018. I traveled with the president to view the destruction which Hurricane Florence had levied on my hometown of New Bern, North Carolina.
I didn't know she was from North Carolina.
I stepped off of Air Force One and walked side by side with the President of the United States through the hangar where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild, what kind of materials they should use. And he didn't just show a personal interest, he was one of them. Now Joe Biden and the Democrats want to penalize small businesses again by hiking their taxes. But
well, all we need is Kane to come out. That's all we need. We need Kane.
Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips. Instead of taxing American companies, Donald Trump put tariffs on China that raised billions of dollars and protected American industries. And if reelected, he'll do it again.
Facts. I love it.
President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House.
So listen, guys, is it safe to say Linda McMahon is fucking Hillary Clinton's good what is it? Like, you know, like Flash and Reverse Flash? She's like Hillary Clinton's Reverse Flash. She's like the greatest fucking person ever.
He has the heart of a lion and the soul of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would stand at the gates of hell to defend our country.
Love it.
He loves this country, and he would do anything to defend it and to protect us from all harm. I am confident that he will make America great again. And why? Because he did it before.
Let's get it.
So I ask all of you here tonight,
Alpha,
those
what's up,
of
brother?
you who are watching from home,
Oh, shit.
to
Sorry, guys.
re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States.
Let's get it!
Thank you, and good night.
Everywhere you look, the Trump economy crushes the Biden economy. Gas prices, they were...
So, guys, is it safe to say, I remember when she took this stunt down, Linda McMahon was a G, bro. Listen, she is our Hillary Clinton, but like the non-evil version of Hillary Clinton. She's like fucking the Flash, and Hillary Clinton is Reverse Flash. That's what she is for us.
Three straight years. Mortgage rates, they were low under President Trump.
Yes.
Now they're punishing under Biden. And personal and retirement investments.
That's true.
Up 40% under Trump.
Very true.
Under Biden, your investments fell, along with other things. President Trump, he'll make America's economy strong.
Yes, sir. I don't know if I can let this music play. We'll go back to it in a second. You see that Biden... What, did he has COVID, Mike? Fucking weirdos, dude. And not endorsing Kamala? Who's he going to endorse? I do like this shirt. I'll probably get one of those. Definitely going to get a hat.
Hi, this is
He's going to support, wait, his
President
wife?
Trump has proven time and again that he is the leader America needs. Our country will not survive another 4 years of Biden in the White House. America needs strong leadership that enforces our laws, protects our national security, and puts our people first. President Trump has delivered for the American people. Now it's our
That's
turn
crazy, Mike.
to deliver
I didn't
for
even
him.
hear about that.
That's why I'm asking every
Look that up.
patriotic American to text DONATE to 88022. That's DONATE to 88022. And chip in whatever you can to get President Trump across the finish line this November. Whatever you can give will be a massive boost in our fight to save America from total destruction.
It's not going to be on there. I'll have a Joe. Yeah, they're not going to tell me on Google. Dude, I can't type.
Hi everyone, Eric Trump. I'm so honored to be here. I'm so honored to be a delegate. I am so honored to be speaking at this convention for a third time. We're going to send my father back to the White House.
I can't type for shit anymore.
But I ask one thing of each and every one of you. Text donate to 88022. Anything helps, even $1 helps tremendously. We're going to win in November. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make our country strong again. And I'm so proud to be here with each and every one of you. Thank you.
I like this. I gotta make one. Do you have it, Mike? I want to see it. It's crazy. It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, look right here. Yo, listen. Look at, I didn't even see what this was. Look at, watch. Get the... Nah, I don't know. I think they're kind of reaching with that one. Let's watch this. It didn't look like he was going to kiss her. I don't think. He's like, oh. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm not seeing it. No, I think he was just wobbling because he can't stand up straight, for real. Look, he looked like he was just doing that wobble. Yeah, that looked like a wobble to me. I don't know. Yeah, that didn't seem like it. We'll see, though. Who's this guy?
Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong and secure, and we treated them like the friend and ally that they need to be. Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea, and North Korea was quieted. We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan. And not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. Under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country, we confronted it like never before. Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short, we put America first every single day. "42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handlers, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity?"
Where's Mike Pence?
Nothing. Let's start with
Dude,
this.
the chat's crazy.
We saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Shut up.
Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime. Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held.
I like MILFs.
President Trump sent me to North Korea to bring home 3 American pastors. We brought them home. Along with dozens of other hostages, and we did so without paying 1 single penny to the terrorists. And what about Iran today? When Joe Biden eased up on President Trump's maximum pressure campaign, we gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal maniacs who conducted barbaric attacks in Israel. And now, of course, closer to home,
Nobody
a
cares,
massive
dude.
national
Shut
security
up.
challenge. Our southern border is a welcome mat. It's a welcome mat for Islamist terrorists, drug dealers, Chinese spies, and violent criminals. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden sold out our citizens and our security and our
As
sovereignty,
always,
and
fucking
we
do.
need to get it back, and I am confident that we will get it back. I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw I saw how the
Probably.
world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like. But unfortunately, President Biden struts the global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage. He talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world? What have he and his leftist base actually shown other nations?
Dude, nobody cares. Shut
He's
up.
censored free speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love. We must reclaim it. He put it in our schools as well.
Shut
He's
up.
weaponized the justice system against our political
Shut
opponents.
up. Nobody cares.
And even
Trump
to
or
this day,
Hogan
as
up.
we sit here today, he and Vice President Harris are providing a peace.
Dude, I'd rather listen to just Linda McMahon talk for like another couple fucking 20 minutes than listen to this douchebag.
Phone call. Indeed, he won't take a phone call after about 4 p.m. My call to you tonight is really straightforward. It's really simple. We can't trust the Biden administration, and that means we have work to do to uphold American values. It is up to those of us in the room tonight and those of you watching tonight. Donald Trump will every day, I saw it firsthand, he will put America first.
What do you guys think of this douchebag? Nobody's clapping for him for a
what's
reason.
right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll re-elect Donald J. Trump, and we
What's
will
up,
make
chat?
America special, exceptional,
Dude, why
and
does
of
it
course, great again.
Shut
Thank
up.
you. God bless you. God bless our veterans and the United
I
States
know,
of
dude.
America.
Go
Thank
away.
you all. Thank you so much.
Fucking boring.
Ladies
Come
and
on,
gentlemen,
brother. Where's Hulk
Secretary of
Hogan,
State Mike Pompeo,
brother?
who served in the Trump administration. James, we do expect to see Donald Trump come out in just a little while. We're going to sort of get tastes of Donald Trump throughout the night before his big speech that will come, everything's really building to these whole 4 days as well as tonight. What did you hear from Mike Pompeo's speech that stood out to you regarding foreign policy, something we have just not heard much about this week?
Two things. The first is that speech was written a while ago. It clearly was in the can. It went through a lot of approvals. The Trump people of the RNC had to sign off on everything. No mention of Kamala Harris. He repeatedly mentioned Joe Biden. He said Joe Biden can't take the 3 a.m. phone call. And it seems like some of the more agile speakers have worked in digs at Kamala Harris under what seems, in the hall at least, to be the conventional wisdom that Biden's not going to be the Democratic nominee. Like some of the signs that say fire Joe Biden that were pre-printed, people have written we and then a D after fire. But on the foreign policy point specifically, Pompeo was
Dude,
one
I
of the
think he's
biggest
done.
conservative champions for U.S. support for Ukraine. He actually got a letter together that he
Yeah, I
got a
don't
bunch of
like it.
prominent foreign policy people to sign.
Exactly.
But as part of this papering over of differences, J.D. Vance didn't mention Ukraine at all. He opposes U.S. support. He instead said,
Yes.
the weakness in Afghanistan is what prompted the
I'd rather watch Trump.
President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came.
Wait,
That
Lorenzo Sewell from Michigan.
what douchebags? They didn't want to listen to this kid? They wanted to just talk? I didn't even mean to go to their fucking stream.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church. And we were blessed last month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan. Let's go. Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President Donald Trump coming to a city and calling a pastor like me, a pastor who was born and raised on the east side of Detroit, I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street. But I had a radical experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever. Come on, if you believe that Jesus still changed lives, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory. President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says, he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone? President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you a question. Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday? Would you come to Detroit? Would you come into the hood? He came to the hood because he cares about average, everyday Americans. Grand old party, I need to ask you a question. What would you ask for your birthday? If you could go to Mar-a-Lago or if you could go to New York, what would you ask for your birthday? He asked for prayer.
You know what he has done in this past days never changed. I know, I love it.
That prayer is preventative and
I love
prayer
it, Mike.
is proactive. I believe that praying in the name of Jesus changes everything. And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. Only God knew.
Is it too low?
If we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter.
Is that better?
If
I'm not
President
sure.
Trump had moved
Just
1
let me know if
millimeter,
it's low. You guys, let me know if it's
he
too low
wouldn't
or
have
too
been here
high.
on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter,
You hear good now?
he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday
Okay, cool.
to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Wednesday to tell us how he was going to make America strong again. And if President Trump would have moved just a millimeter, we would not be hearing tonight how he was going to make America great again.
Let's get it.
Before I take my seat, I just got to talk to you about something called providence and something called sovereignty. God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants when he wants because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants, when he wants for all of you. Did you know that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power? So all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America, and he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that?
I want one of them signs.
To all my friends back in Detroit who are Democrats, I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the power of God on this man's life. You can't deny that God protected him. You cannot deny that it was a millimeter miracle that was able to save this man's life. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be? Could it be that when we prayed for him when he came to the round table in Detroit, that Jesus asked and he received, that we sought him and then he found protection? Could it be that the King of glory, the Lord God strong and mighty, the God who is mighty in battle, protected Donald Trump because he wants to use him for such a time as this? If you believe that, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
Ooh. I don't know if I could play that music. Okay, so it's cool. I liked it.
So apparently the guy that shot Trump, look at this. He's literally just walking around like an NPC. He's just randomly like, I mean, if I was the Secret Service, listen, I can racially profile because it's one of my own. I could see a young, weird-looking, skinny, loner white guy standing in the middle of fucking nowhere, looking around like an NPC that's bugged out in a video game, and I would say, hey guys, I think we might have something here. Who the fuck wouldn't call this in? It's amazing. It's such a massive fucking security L, and to be fair, this is really not a good benchmark. But Joe Rogan even is like, he's those red flags.
See that they knew this guy was on the roof, to hear that that guy had pointed his rifle before that at a cop. So the cop engaged him, he pointed the rifle and the cop ran away. The guy climbed the roof with a ladder. You can see the ladder. The whole thing is bananas. Yeah. And then you find out he was in a BlackRock commercial. You're like,
you think that late? I thought he was gonna get on more close.
Tell me what's going on. Is
8:30, 9 o'clock.
The only part of the conspiracy that I would believe in is that I think that it's unrealistic that this person had no social media, and I think that it's possible that some group or some people scrubbed his social media before it was discovered by the public.
Could be true. That's crazy. I didn't see that video. That's nuts.
I'm going to give you my #1 tip to get over.
He got shot, dog. They shot him. He's officially black now, bro. This is beautiful. They shot him. He was like, yeah, I'm having a fire. He was fine. He was doing like this and walked out with American flag.
I don't know if I can. I might get in trouble for the music. Oh well. I'll just edit it
Ladies
out.
and gentlemen, please welcome John Neaporti from Florida.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida.
Yo, is that Morgan Wallen?
President Trump loves his family because we see that. And we all know that President Trump is willing to die for our country because we just witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you tonight is that Donald Trump is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump.
That's the one.
hit a
That's the country
perfect
dude.
210-yard 4-iron to within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt. Donald Trump, 21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0.
Yeah, that's Jason Aldean. That's who that is. We're sitting next to Trump. That's Jason
a pretty good
Aldean.
record. That's real good. That's not good. That's great. 25 years ago, I was working multiple jobs, and one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International, and that's where I met Mr. Trump. My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job.
I love that
One
song,
day,
Will. It's so
I was
good.
out caddying for Mr. Trump when he mentioned to me that he needed to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee the next day, he tees up his ball, whacks it right down the middle of the fairway. And I turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice, because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the job. Thank you.
From a golf game. That's crazy.
Later, I went on to become the head golf professional, and I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life.
One game he
That's who
said you
Donald
got the
Trump
job.
is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character firsthand. His entire family reflects these values as well.
He seems a little nervous right
With all
now.
the hate the president gets, I think to myself, how can someone go through all this? He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf.
Well,
but he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working, and he does it for us. Now it's our turn to support him. So let's help him. Let's hear it. Make America great again. That's it. Thank you, President Trump, for believing in me and in our country. As much as I'll miss him in the White House or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hey, it's JD Vance, and I'm so pumped to be the vice presidential nominee along with President Trump. To make America great again, we need your help. So if you're able, chip in $1, $5, anything you can. Helps us get the message out and win this race for the American people. Thank you.
I didn't see Vance's speech from yesterday. Oh,
Flag on him. Like this? He put one of these like, I'm a real nigga, I'm out of here. That's hard, bro. I wasn't even finna vote. I'm voting now, dog. He got it. He won. I wasn't even finna vote. I had no skin in the game. I like that shot. He won. Fuck the bullshit. He had real op. What the? Joe Biden's biggest op is the stairs. That's it. He had real op. Somebody really tried to listen. That's how you know he a real bro. Trump been just ready to go his whole time, and like we gotta his ass and missed, and just skipped his ear and missed. That's crazy, bro. Hey Mexican, you Trump? Yeah. Hell yeah, that was good. Huh? You say amen? He not God. What? That was crazy.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about Vivek Ramaswamy, who, of course, bought down the House at the Republican National Convention with his speech that was targeted at Gen Z, young voters, and black people, okay? And that has triggered the Democrats, including people like AOC and mainstream liberal media liberals, socialists, communists like Van Jones. And I want to go ahead and play a quick clip here of what Vivek said about Gen Z that got AOC so upset.
And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American.
Wow. Honestly, great. Guys, I can't believe that Vivek is not the VP right now. Like, such a big missed opportunity. I mean,
nah, JD Vance is a good pick.
I haven't seen a guy who has the skills that Vivek has in regards to speaking. I haven't seen anything like this, okay, in my lifetime. And I just can't believe that again, he's not the VP candidate. But what he's saying here is actually on point, right? Nowadays, it is counterculture to be conservative because conservatism is not the status quo. The status quo is liberalism and progressivism, okay? Most of these young kids are overwhelmingly liberal and progressive. So, yeah, if you want to be counterculture, if you want to stick it to the man, then, yeah, call yourself a conservative on a college campus. You will get protested. You will get hated. You will be subject to violent threats. You may be subject to violence. I mean, we've seen the far left, essentially
well, I think they're really making Joe Biden drop out.
Difference in political beliefs. Yeah, I mean, if you want to really be a rebel, then you would be a conservative as a young person.
Let's see what this guy's talking about.
He showed me that success, literally, handling plumbing jobs and repairing sewage lines late at night in New York City. That's how he started too. I vividly recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky. You see, they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew. Years later, Shecky was still by my dad's side, and he became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my dad because my dad never asked him to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. And that's exactly how my family feels about our dear friend, President Donald J. Trump. We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people, time and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when he could be doing something else. Even after getting hit by live sniper fire, he stood with us,
dude,
my
I
fellow
hope
Americans,
so,
and
dude.
that is why
they
we stand
better,
with him.
Michael.
And you know what?
My dog.
He makes it fun, too. President Trump and the First Lady were the guest of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club. The president tore up the dance floor until 3 in the morning with his signature moves. You guys know those moves. The essence of what my dad taught me hard work, unwavering loyalty, and perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump. As long as we stand united with President Trump, it will remain the essence of the nation that my son and all of our children grow up in. God bless America, God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America.
You already said that, my
Ladies
friend.
and gentlemen, I am proud to present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Google.
Good evening, everybody.
What if they all just said, boo?
That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis. It was playing for a reason. A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend, President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist, and he's the DJ wherever he goes. See, I stand before you tonight not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate, but as someone who has had the profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him, especially those words, "His truth is marching on."
Bro, that's Jason Aldean.
I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime.
Bro, yo, that is hilarious.
I've seen the truth of
That is-
President Trump,
That
and
is
it marches
fucking
on with me
hilarious.
tonight.
Oh my gosh, that is
I
so
know that many
funny,
here
bro.
and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns. Everyone he meets gets a family member's embrace from him. I have felt that warmth so many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect.
Dude, I want to hear Kane talk and fucking
Including my mom, who's
Hulk
91
Hogan.
and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families.
I want to hear him no more.
That's who he is.
Hurry up.
When times are really
on.
tough, when he's got everything
People are
to
putting me
lose
to
and
sleep.
nothing to gain, Donald
That's
Trump
okay nowadays,
shows up
right,
and he's
Ron?
there for you.
It's okay nowadays. It's
When
all right.
Thank you. When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up. After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory. And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Steve," as he led me up to the lectern, "tell the world about your boy." My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody.
What are you gonna do, brother? Yeah.
Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch on. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump. I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well as an acknowledgement to my boy. A sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains opioid abuse. Thank you. Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. May God bless you all. May God bless President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
From the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will, once and for all, secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome attorney and senior advisor for President Donald J. Trump, Alina Habba.
Who's a G? I don't like girls in pantsuits, so not attractive.
Good evening, America. My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country.
Let's get it.
As a devout Catholic, a proud first-generation Arab-American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington, President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker, he's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend.
Oh my gosh.
Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support.
Pretty cool. What's up, everybody? How we all doing tonight? I just want to see Hogan and Trump to come out already.
And the politics. President Trump loves the American people, and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come.
Linda,
the left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right. President Trump only strengthens our movement.
Yep.
The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us, because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning.
Let's get it.
Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called Hold On, I'm Coming. America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up. So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November.
Let's get it. Did you guys see that they dismissed the Trump case with the documents or whatever?
Is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump. So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
You did better than a lot of people.
Together. Okay, which again is something that AOC got triggered by. She says in response to Vivek's message to Gen Z, quote, young people don't take well to bigoted leaders who attack LGBTQ plus rights, outlaw abortion, cozy up to gun manufacturers plus oil execs, and support a you know what for president. If you want to be cool so badly, try giving a damn about other people beyond yourself. Might open a few doors. Okay, so AOC here is clearly triggered. Okay, she's basically calling the GOP bigoted, right? Saying that the leadership is bigoted because they attack LGBTQ rights. Now, again, I'm not entirely sure what right is she talking about here. And then,
She
of
don't
course,
know
she
what she's
talks about
talking about.
abortion and guns and all that other stuff, right? So Vivek responded twice, actually. I mean, he gave her smackdown twice. He says, here's a reality check, AOC. The GOP platform does not oppose gay marriage and does not support a federal abortion ban. Stop misleading your followers and admit the real reason you're freaking out is that we're picking off your voters. Have a real debate on the merits instead of lies. Give it a try. It will be good for your party and good for the country. Yeah, so what Vivek is basically saying here is that you're lying, right? I mean, she is lying. I mean, because at this point, yeah, the GOP is not really opposing gay marriage, and they don't really support a federal abortion ban. Okay, it is a state's issue. Okay, as it should remain a state's issue.
Yeah,
but again, the writing's on the wall. Okay, because Gen Z is moving over to the Republican Party. Okay, to the side of conservatism, at least somewhat. Okay, not as much as I would like, but somewhat. And again, I think the primary reasons have less to do with social issues and more to do with economic issues, and the fact that Gen Z, just like everybody else, is struggling to make a living in the Biden economy. And I think economic reasons are probably some of the main reasons why you see the Gen Z vote be a lot more competitive this election cycle versus last election cycle.
Gen Z is hopping on the Trump train. I'm at the RNC right now, where thousands of Republicans, including tons of Gen Z voters, are rallying to nominate Trump. It used to be common wisdom that the youth voted left and the middle and old-aged voted right. But now that trend appears to be reversing. The latest polls show that the Gen Z vote, which Biden won by about 20 points in 2020, is now in play. One poll even put Trump ahead of Biden by 8 points among 18 to 29-year-olds. These past few weeks, I spoke with several Zoomers who told me that they simply can't get by between gas prices and the rising cost of living. The swing is even apparent on TikTok, where many Gen Z voters flocked in late May after Trump's criminal conviction to proudly announce that they were voting for the felon. A few days later, Trump posted his first TikTok, a post that earned him more than 1 million followers overnight. Now, after Saturday's assassination attempt, Gen Z's biggest male icons, including boxer Jake Paul, YouTuber FaZe Banks, and Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy, rushed online to praise the former president's gangster response to the shooting. Biden was supposed to have Gen Z in the bag. This was the White House that once trotted out Olivia Rodrigo to encourage youths to get the COVID jab. His administration has reshaped Title IX law to protect students with alternative gender identities, forgiven $167 billion in student debt, and made combating climate change a priority. All moves that were expected to excite the youth vote. And yet, a recent poll shows the GOP now leading in support among those under 30. I'm Olivia Reingold at the RNC, and you can read my full piece on why America's Zoomers are turning MAGA at thefp.com.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so Vivek didn't just have a message for Gen Z. He also had a message for black voters that got mainstream liberal media liberals like Van Jones triggered, okay? Enough to call Vivek Ramaswamy a demagogue.
To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to black Americans is this: the media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American: safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs.
Let's get it.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this: you're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this: we will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law.
Let's get it. I forgot Vivek spoke.
Our message to millennials, speaking as one myself: yes, it's true. Our government sold us a false bill of goods with the Iraq War and the 2008 financial crisis, loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders, telling us that if we took out college loans, we'd somehow get a head start on the American dream, when it hasn't worked out that way. But we can't just be cynical about our country, because the United States of America is still the last best hope that we have, and we deserve a better class of politician, one who actually tells us the truth, even if it comes with some mean tweets from time to time.
Ooh, this is a tough choice.
Yeah, I legit didn't know. I forgot that Vivek even was speaking. I thought tonight would have been a good night for him to speak.
He's just a demagogue. He's good at it, though. That whole vote Trump. I mean, I was taking notes. That works. You know, if you're gonna try to get. Were you
persuaded?
I was not. But I mean, look, I don't like the patronizing stuff about black folks. They're trying hard to reach black folks, and I just think they don't understand. We didn't miss the fact that the Republican Party, the party of Lincoln, a party that started as a radical anti-slavery party, became a safe haven for some white nationalists that have not been aggressively shown the door yet. We didn't miss that. African Americans are one of the most politically sophisticated and engaged populations in the country. So when people say act like we're dumb, oh, we just somehow missed that there are people in the Republican Party who have been unfriendly, you just lose the audience from the door with that.
Yeah, so the last time that Van Jones called Vivek Ramaswamy a demagogue for a speech that he gave, or, you know, whatever Vivek said at the debate, Vivek had this message for Van Jones I think is extremely appropriate.
No. We got Tucker. Let's get it.
Good to see you.
That we're
half the people in the room. This is
Let's
wild.
get it.
What are you doing?
They really do,
Justin
Michael.
Wells. Thank you, guys.
I love Tucker. That's why I wanted VP.
Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true.
It's true.
And you hate to say it, but it is also true. It is a fact that you could take, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. No, you could. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible.
We know what you're saying without saying it.
With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people.
And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years? Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together, and I thought, this is the divisive figure, this is the irresponsible person. No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. Yeah. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war. More than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Yeah. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No. That's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate. and particularly on Saturday in Butler, I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. It wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, no, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say, I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomasco Ruiz.
Holy shit, how short is this guy?
Well, I am. I'm not sure how I follow Tucker, but I'm going to give it a go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz, and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family. "12 years ago, the Trump Organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability to make things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small. He didn't just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way. He did the hardest things to make it great again. He also built up the resort's people. Thank you, boss. He empowered us. He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position, it was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically male-dominated industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud to be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions. I might add, he did it all while no one was looking. The simple truth is, no one can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better. He did it at Doral. He did it as president. He will do it again. May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Hold on. I gotta go let my dog out.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
You know what I'm talking about? Just let me know if you want to go to that whole out range. They got a lot of nice girls out there.
In this situation.
We demand a government that tells us the truth again in this country.
Yeah.
That's what we require. We can handle the truth. That's what it means to be a citizen of this country. So I say that on that last debate stage to a bunch of Republicans that are shaking in their boots. These are the things you're not supposed to say in the Republican Party even today. And then you get the mainstream media. You got this character, Van Jones, on CNN afterwards saying, this is the rise of an American demagogue who's going to live 50 years longer than Trump. This is dangerous. I am shaking. That's what he says. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
At a certain point, just shut the fuck up. Van Jones at CNN. We're done with it.
Yeah, so I think that is the best response to Van Jones, who is always boohoo-whining, crying racism and bigotry.
Dude,
and
such a crybaby, bro. Van Jones is such a crybaby.
This is what he's doing. He essentially doesn't like Vivek because Vivek is an Indian guy. He's a so-called person of color who is pushing back against this narrative that black people are victims or that racism is so prevalent in this country to the point.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Advocate for Safe Schools, Annette Albright from North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Annette Albright. I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina. North Carolina! Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party. Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system. It didn't take long for me to realize that public schools are a part of the problem.
Yes. 1000%.
Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning.
Very true.
That must change. In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff.
Yeah, that's crazy.
During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school.
Wow, that's crazy. No.
The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom. President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first.
Yes.
Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue.
It should just be
It
people.
is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers' union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids.
It should be the most important thing, in all honesty. They need to defund the public schools.
They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice. While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students, Republicans know that they protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe. That's why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican. Thank you.
Let's get it.
Thank you. And in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump. Only together we can make America's schools great again.
They need to defund them and
Thank you,
reconstruct
and
them.
God bless America.
Listen, they need to defund public schools and reconstruct the entire layout of the Board of Education completely, because they're not doing nothing but sending, like, the public schools are doing nothing for these kids nowadays. And believe me, I went to public schools, so I know about this shit. Some of the teachers were cool back in the day, some of them weren't. Nowadays, I'll guarantee none of them really give a shit about anything. Let's see.
Point where it's holding you back. And black liberals can't stand that, right? There's one thing they really can't stand is a so-called person of color pushing back against the victimhood narrative while at the same time getting people on board with the conservative or Republican agenda, which is what's happening right now, right? That is what is happening. I mean, look at this clip right here of MSNBC in shock over a recent poll showing a massive drop in support for Joe Biden from black women.
There's a poll out today, a poll of African-American women showing a
looks like a ostrich
in support from 2020 to 2024 in terms of plans to vote for President Biden.
Yeah, so again, when you have polls coming out like that, you also have polls showing that Gen Z is a more competitive voter base. And when it comes to the GOP being able to get those voters on board, yeah, this is why you get these responses from these individuals like a Van Jones or AOC. It's because Democrats are losing the plot. The so-called diversity coalition, the victimhood coalition of the Democrat Party is falling apart. And they really don't like people like Vivek because Vivek can get to the heart of it and also deliver a message that is unifying and not divisive, right? He doesn't divide people by their race, skin color, sex, genitalia. No, he talks about nationalism, patriotism, and things that bring us all together, right? A common ideology that we should have as Americans. And that's why I think Vivek is such a powerful speaker, and I think that he's probably one of the most powerful assets in the Republican Party that I think really is vastly underused, and I would love to see Vivek have some prominent role in the GOP in the future. I honestly believe that this man can be president of the United States. I believe that one day he will be president of the United States. He should be president of the United States because I do believe that he is the one politician, and I say politician here loosely, but he's the one individual, the one guy that can definitely bring this country together if Trump can't do so, right? And we'll see what Trump's speech is like tonight. He's apparently going to try to unify the country. But, you know, moving forward, people like Vivek are definitely an invaluable asset to the party, and I definitely want to see more of him because I just think that his message is so good, and when you see Democrats get triggered by it, it really shows you how powerful he really is as a potential leader in this movement. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Let's see. Oh, this was his granddaughter talking earlier.
If you've ever dreamed of owning an apartment complex,
All right, everybody. We have the pregame show going on here, but we're not going to spoil any of the excitement for tonight. Hours from now, former President Trump will address the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. It'll be the first time that Americans can hear from him personally since he survived an attempt on his life that happened 5 days ago. His son, Donald Trump Jr., and eldest granddaughter, Kai Trump, spoke about that moment last night.
On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot.
and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing.
Joining me now on set, Donald Trump Jr. and Kai Trump. It's great to have both of you with us today. Thank you
Mark.
so
Thank
much.
you.
That was a special moment for both of you last night, right?
It was.
Donald, let me ask you first.
Yeah.
How proud of you were her last night? What was it like for you as a dad?
I've had a lot of proud moments this week, watching my father come up defiant after being shot, but watching Kai do that was it was one of those of just don't cry, Don. I don't want to ruin my reputation where they think I'm a nice guy, but she did so well. It was interesting. She was with me when we got the call this weekend about my father being shot, and we didn't know for 90 minutes, and she's very close with, she calls Grandpa because of golf. Kai's a great golfer. She's a competitive golfer, so she's with him every weekend. They talk about golf every day. It's funny, so they have this great relationship. And she called me on Monday and just said, I feel really strongly about this. I want to speak at the convention. I was like, are you sure? Like, it's not an easy first speech venue. And she's like, I'm sure. So I called my dad. I was like, can I give her some of my time? He goes,
We're done. Let's go. Pretty good. I don't know who that is. These people are pretty good. I like that. That's what Trump's probably doing right now. Before they're going crazy. What time is it? Oh, it's already 9:12. Okay. Yeah, I'm not getting off of this until Trump speaks. Once Trump speaks, and Hulk Hogan, I'm jumping off and jumping on Call of Duty. Pretty good. I think it's pretty talented when you can play music that you don't make yourself and sound really good, you know. This is cool. I'd rather just watch this though.
Wow, that's yeah, but that kid's a winner. She'll do great, and she did, and she did.
So, so you guys were together. You talked about it a little bit last night, but it must have been very frightening for you.
Yeah,
to hear what
it
happened.
was. We were on a boat on Saturday. I was with some of my friends, and Kim called Dad, and the news broke. I was getting all these text messages, but I didn't. I was getting hearts, and I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And I had no clue because I wasn't on my phone. I wasn't even paying attention to that.
Hopefully I'm gonna leave it in
And
the
then
smaller screen.
after 10 minutes, and we finally realized what was going on, and it was very heartbreaking because, I mean, it was such a sad moment. 'Cause no one knew what was going on, and we didn't really know
that's your
until
grandpa.
like 90
You know what I
minutes
mean? Like,
after.
you're like,
That's
what?
a really long 90 minutes.
It's a long time of unknown.
A very long 90
time.
minutes for all of you. What did you think when you first saw that image, Kai, of him standing up and pumping his fists with blood on his
I've never seen something like it. I thought it was so amazing and so strong, and you can't fake that in that moment at all. That means like he truly cares, and he's fighting for America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from your dad and your grandpa tonight. Obviously, it's always a big moment at these conventions for the nominee to stand up, but particularly so, given the events of this week. What should we expect tonight, Don?
It's interesting. I've been so running around doing the media and worrying about my own speech, and then making sure, for the opening speech for Kai in front of 30,000 people and tens of millions on TV, I hadn't focused on it. On his, I spent 4 hours with him on Friday, the day before he was shot, actually working on the original speech, and that was pretty fire.
Yeah.
But a lot's changed in 72 hours. So I haven't seen that, but I've heard from the people that have been working with him on it. It's a very different speech. It's probably very different than what you're going to be used to from Trump. And while Trump will always be a fighter when he's attacked, I think that's the same resolve that he showed the other day. That's the resolve that has kept us out of wars, Martha. That was the resolve that helped us sign peace deals in the Middle East and stopped our adversaries from invading their neighbors for 4 years. Once that resolve went away and America started exuding weakness, it all fell apart. And so I think there'll always be some of that message, but I think it is a message about unity and putting America first and fighting for the people. You saw a lot of that in J.D. Vance's remarks last night. So I don't have the inside knowledge because I haven't had the time to focus on it, but I think I'm going to see it live with you guys for the first time as well.
Do you think he's changed by Saturday's events?
I think you have to. I mean, how do you that kind of event? I mean, I'm not an overly spiritual guy, but if that wasn't divine intervention, I don't know what is. It should have never happened to begin with. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a pissed off son that it could happen, but we
That's
witnessed
a whole nother story.
Yes, that's a very different story, and that'll play out. I'm not done with that one yet, but right now, just to watch that happen, to turn his head at that moment, it's like, man, something is looking out for him, our family, and honestly, I think given his capabilities, I think they're looking out for America and our future.
It was not his time on Saturday.
That's for
Kai,
sure.
You talked a little bit about people, wanting people to understand the man that you see. Is it hard for you at times it must be hard for you at times, obviously, when you hear people talk about him. Tell me a little bit about what that's like for you.
I mean, for me, I spend a lot of time with him. Almost when he's at home, I see him every single weekend at the golf course from 8 till like 2. So I spend a lot of time with him, and like seeing what news puts him and his image and whatever it is, that's not really him. Like, he's just, to me, a normal grandpa. He gives us whatever we want. He's always looking out for us. He's always wanting to know how we're doing. So it's frustrating when you see people putting him as an image that he's not. So it's hard seeing that.
Yeah, they play that thing that, it's selfish. It's always about Trump. But, she sees that. And it's actually, he's not the typical politician. When he does something that's nice, when he has sort of that empathy, he actually doesn't put it out there and show it. It's almost, I look at it almost as a little bit of a political liability sometimes because he's not willing to do this. He's like, I got to negotiate against Putin. I don't want him to think I'm soft. But I think Kai's like, she sees that soft side of him. He sees that sort of caring, grandfather side that is very present. in him, but he doesn't like to show the rest of the world.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting that you talked about when he was going through, when you think about everything that he has had to battle against, I'm sure, you were probably worried a few months ago, like, is Grandpa going to have to go to jail? Was that a question that you asked when all that was going on?
It was, and it was scary for the whole family. It really was, and like my little siblings, my mom, it was sad seeing that because it was all just made up stuff. And
But you
it's
said in the
sad.
middle of it, he's still calling you to see how you're doing.
Oh yeah, he was still asking me how my golf game was going.
At putting things in a different box.
Yeah.
Right?
Did you
now I
win
gotta be
this
a
weekend?
grandpa.
Yeah,
It was all about my tournaments and how I'm playing and how I'm doing in school because he always catches up and checks on me with all that stuff. So
What do you think? Do you have any thoughts about what you want to do in the future besides play amazing golf, which your grandfather has told me that she'd scratch golf for you now?
yeah, just go pro one day.
Yeah.
That's really like my goal, and I'm working every day towards that.
Awesome dream. Thank you, Kai.
Yeah,
Great
no
to
problem.
meet you, and great to see you on the public stage.
Dude, when is my dog Hogan coming
all the
out?
great things in your future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Hey.
Hey, click here to subscribe.
She seems like she has a good head on her shoulders. That's good. I knew him. Watch that later. Oh, did you guys see this?
Take a look what happened.
A video is going viral showing just how close that bullet came to taking off Donald
Trump is the.
Wait.
Take a
Oh, there it is.
You guys this.
You can take my ears, but you cannot take my liberty. They want to cut off my ears like the Taliban, but what they don't know is my ears can grow back like SpongeBob through budding, by the way. Hit me with your best shot, why don't you? Because if that's the best you got, you're a loser. You're such a loser, you missed so bigly, by the way. You had a big opportunity. You could have made my head blow up on TV, but you didn't do that, did you? Now my ear is going to grow back bigger and better. It will have better hearing. I will hear like an owl. Take a
So funny. Let's see what we're doing. Yeah, right after I'm done streaming this, I'm probably going to jump on gaming. I might just stay on here and just stream my game on here because I don't want to have to deal with setting everything back up and everything. So if you guys want to hang out after everything, I'm going to, I'll just stay on here.
You can sell this $5 spatula on Amazon and compete with hundreds of other spatula sellers.
My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio.
Now at 5:30, one day after Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance introduced himself to the country, we are taking a closer look tonight at the claims he made in his speech. And in just hours, his running mate, former President Donald Trump, is set to take the convention stage. It is the first time we'll hear from the former president since that assassination attempt Saturday. Thanks for sticking with us tonight at 5:30. I'm Andrew Kinsey.
And I'm Angela Ann. Today we learned Senator Vance will return to his hometown of Middletown on Monday. But tonight we are looking into some of the things Vance said at the RNC. 10 TV political reporter Doug Petcash joined.
I don't care. I just wanted to see his speech from yesterday. Oh, it's 36 minutes. Sheesh. Yeah! 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 Hulk Hogan, baby! The man! Yeah! What are you gonna do, brother? Bro, he can't walk right. He lost all feeling in his legs. It sucks, dude. Yeah! Yeah! Trumpomania!
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Yeah. Let me tell you something, brother.
You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought,
yeah,
the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
Yeah! Tell him, Hogan.
At the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
No, he's on right now.
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans.
Yeah! Yeah!
You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
Yeah! Tell him, Hogan.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero? And they tried to kill the next president of the United States. Enough was enough.
Yes!
Let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Yes, I called it. I put the shirt up. Yeah. I love it. I knew it. Look at my thumbnail, Will.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics.
He just got married.
But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins.
I love it.
And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is gonna start winning again.
I'm sick of these Chinese communist bastards. I'm waiting for it.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done.
Let's go.
So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and President of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Good evening. I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation.
Good speech so far, good speech.
I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did.
Yeah.
In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again.
There you go. I like it.
It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Let's go.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment
I don't
knew
know
my
if I'm
father had
getting on
made
yet or
a
not.
decision that would forever change our lives.
We'll see.
We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use, or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics.
Yeah.
Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history.
Yeah.
People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families.
I refinanced. Loved it.
My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again.
And he did.
But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests and the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you, guys. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring, interest rates are crippling, everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York.
He's not watching this.
I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it.
This is Eric Trump. This is Trump's young
To the single mother who can no longer
second
afford her rent,
oldest son,
afford
I
groceries,
think.
and has been forced to work 3 jobs.
He's younger than
I'm
Donald
sorry.
Jr.
It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them.
Yep.
To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first.
I'm not going to block you. Why would I block you?
Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God.
I don't care if you agree or don't agree with me.
Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump.
Oh my God, wow.
Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly
That's funny.
honored to be part of this journey, a journey
That's
with
a
all
good
of you.
one.
A journey to save the greatest country on earth. A journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious.
What up?
Your backbone is unbreakable.
I did.
Your conviction to fight for what is
Oh,
right
yeah, I got you.
and against all that is wrong
I got
is
you.
truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Let's go.
Yeah. First of all, aren't I a lucky guy? Isn't she lovely and amazing?
What's up, Chad? How we doing tonight? Appreciate you guys all stopping by.
Greetings, Milwaukee, my fellow Americans and my fellow Republicans. My name is J.D. Vance from the great state of Ohio.
Yes, sir. That's our future vice president right there.
Tonight, O-H-I-O, O-H-I-O. You guys, we're gonna chill with the Ohio love. We gotta win Michigan too here, so. My friends, tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again. And it is a reminder of the sacred duty we have to preserve the American experiment, to choose a new path for our children and
Oh no, yeah. Dude, she's so pretty. 39 years old. A former never Trump. Hey, listen, you know, we always preach, right, about how we want people to come to the side that we feel is right, right? So, you know, it is what it is. Not everybody's right all the time. I know. I'm not speaking about a Democrat, I'm just speaking in general, right? Whenever you talk to somebody you know and like they don't agree with you, you know, and you feel like you're in the right, you know, if they eventually agree with you, are you going to shun them away? Are you going to say no, that's cool, you know? Right? I mean, that's just a general consensus.
Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger.
That makes sense.
He left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted
grandchildren. But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning. For the last 8 years, President Trump has given everything he has to fight for the people of our country.
Everyone deserves the fastest, most reliable internet speeds, regardless of where they live. With Spectrum Internet.
He didn't need politics, but the country needed him. Did it? Now, prior to running for president, he was one of the most successful businessmen in the world. He had everything anyone could ever want in a life. And yet, instead of choosing the easy path, he chose to endure abuse, slander, and persecution. And he did it because he loves this country.
Other people live.
Oh, let's watch this.
I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately,
That picture is great.
The politicians just never were. Next for President Trump, secure our border.
Yo, those pictures are great.
Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries. Just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting.
Yo,
to
Nick,
once
it's going
again
well. How you doing
make
tonight, bro?
our country
I appreciate you stopping by.
that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Does that mean Nick?
Ladies and
No.
gentlemen, please welcome Kid
Nick.
Rock.
Oh, okay. I am American Badass. Nick, how you doing today, bro?
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Now say somebody scream. Without cause, I bet take the beaver hats and bet Davis flag. 30 pack of straw, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane phone. The tools are put out to live and prove. If it takes the cab from the city of truth, you know what jams that and not critics back. And I did not.
Get rid of the flame.
I said that. I'm going back on selling rhymes. I went back on 7 times. Still they wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. Why? They call me cowboy. I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Now say Trump, Trump. I like ACDC and ZZ Top. Poseidon's beasties and the kings of rock. Skin and shit, live cool in the stones. Go and no show Jones. Yeah, pass that bottle around. Got the rock from Detroit, the skull from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with that. But watch me rock with Liberace flash. I'll rock the clash, boy bands are trash. Johnny Cat and Grandmaster Flash.
It's wrong.
They call me cowboy. I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Now say Trump, Trump.
This is great. What's up, Flacco? Oh, I don't want to get my channel flagged.
I'm the ultimate. I'm like amazing grace. I'm on rock and roll. Like a rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Psychom fly. So big John can ride. Bill sack to share. Bringing flash to flare. Like a long hair swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sit and hit a rebel.
How you doing tonight, Flacco?
So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona? Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump.
Hey, dude. How's your mic going? Yeah, this is pretty cool, Michael.
I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You singing Trump, Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White.
Let's go! Dana White's calling him out like a UFC event. Fucking love it. Yeah, this is cool. Nah. It's too long for me to sit in buildings for. I'd rather just be chilling at home, live streaming it. I didn't even watch the other two nights. I should have though, because I wanted to see Vivek talking Pence and everything. Or not Pence, I'm sorry, Vance. I think they're just setting the stages back up. Yeah. Look at him. And now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is.
Awesome.
Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life.
Yeah, I know, right?
The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up.
Yep.
So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
I love it.
And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office.
Good.
In my mind, the choice
Yeah,
is
you
clear.
ready, Cam?
But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership
Yes,
and
sir.
a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States.
Yes, sir.
My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Pillow on his ear. Really? That is really cool. This is awesome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country.
This is where I go.
Together we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
This is a movement.
Thank you very much.
I love it.
Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it.
I love it.
Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. in order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Oh, no. Sorry.
These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that.
Let's go. It's true.
The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
Adios, bucko.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
No, we're supposed to be here for sure.
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
Yes, sir. It's true.
In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
Let's go.
Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable.
Sad.
And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million.
That's awesome.
For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other two. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay.
It's good. I'm glad.
They're doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody on your side. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. I'm going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon,
Let's get
finding
it.
that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court.
Yep. See you later.
All of that publicity thrown out of court.
Fucking witch hunt.
If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years.
We'll skip ads for you guys. No
And
ads.
they should do that without delay and
We'll
allow
watch
an
this ad
election
free.
to proceed that is worthy of our people.
I'll try to
We're
at
going to
least,
win it
as long as I
anyway.
don't pay attention. As long as I don't
But
pay
worthy
attention.
of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know?
It's so funny,
And then we have
Monica.
my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say, maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them.
Yep.
But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country.
It's true.
And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good.
I knew that was Jason
I like his
Aldean.
wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
Let's go.
He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. And they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it.
What are
and
you
all
going
of
to
the people that
stop?
did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar.
There you go.
We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership.
We need one more like you guys.
Totally incompetent leadership.
One more for 10.
This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer
crazy,
army
guys.
tanks going back and forth, shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress, and I said, oh, that's okay, we won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion, and we built, most of the wall is already built, and we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year.
Makes sense.
We're not going to let that happen.
I don't understand why people want it to happen. It's so weird.
I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more.
Yeah.
And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody's Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter, because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure.
Sorry.
Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force, and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person.
I love it.
I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight.
No, he's not great.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back
What are
to
they
our
about
beautiful
America?
White
That's
House
what
just a
matters.
few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity
listen,
to
Monica.
make an absolute fortune with its
I
energy.
went to the grocery store the
We
other
have
day.
it, and China
I
does
legit thought I was
Under
going
the
to
Trump
spend about
administration,
160,
just 3.5 years
$170.
ago,
I spent $300.
we were energy independent. But soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas.
Yeah!
And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one.
Is there a mandate?
Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast.
Let's go. Drill, baby.
They're building some of the
drill.
largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants.
What, 5 hours almost?
And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States.
There we go.
We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus.
Vintage Trump,
We will
China.
not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America.
Like it.
And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen going to China and Mexico about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers.
Get rid of all those.
Include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly.
Let's get it.
But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd of Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us frankly no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one.
So.
That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally.
Yep.
Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it.
The GOATS chart.
I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow in the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. Demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be
true.
getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
Rightfully so.
Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us.
It really is.
All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and
this is awesome,
we stopped
Monica.
the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens.
Terrible.
Emboldened by that
pullout.
disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You're going to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
There you go.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it.
Baby.
And Wisconsin. Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find the cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1.
Right. Rightfully so, chat.
So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. He said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You have been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough.
Let's get it.
It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote.
Let's get it.
We're going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win.
They played, all I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Here he is. Your next president. Let's see. Yeah. There he goes. There's the family. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, have a great night, Michael. Appreciate you, brother. I'm going to go check out some CNN here in a minute and see how triggered they are. I love it. Where's Barron at? I didn't see him. Okay, yeah, that's cool. If you want to, that's awesome. I want to see how triggered they get. How come I didn't see Baron? Oh, okay. They didn't really like, yeah, that, oh. Is that him right there? Dude, Melania is pretty tall. I love it. This is great. This is really cool. Oh shit, they got some big ass balloons. Oh yeah.
See that I have two really big monitors?
I actually kind of like their view a little bit better. Let's see how triggered they get. Alright, there's Eric, Donald, Melania. Is that no? That's Jared. Isn't that Jared Kushner right there? Is that Baron? Hey, where the fuck is Baron? Because that's Jared. I'm pretty sure that's Kushner right there. I don't know. Okay. Let's Dude, where? Come on, they got to be live, right? Can't find anything live. What about the TYT? You guys think they're doing anything live?
I need to find the best way to learn math and
anyone else who nearly died, like literally like half an inch, he'd be gone. Okay, that is a traumatic experience. So just try to be a human being.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, they've dehumanized Trump so much, understandably, because he says such terrible things where he dehumanizes others, right? But they've like got a wall in their head for all humans, and then Trump on the other side of the wall, and that's not right. As Anna said earlier, we can't devolve into doing the same things that they do and the things that we didn't like about them. If we become them, then what was the point?
Exactly. All right, we got to take a break. We'll be back in the next hour with an awful story involving the Israeli government, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the squashing of a children's hospital. So come back for that and more. We'll be right back.
All right, so they're not even talking about nothing. Dude, how come nobody... Oh, hello? What's going on? No, I heard about something like that. I just got done watching Trump's speech. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of different random shit about it. Should I No, I just seen something stupid. Yeah, I don't care. Okay. Peace. I haven't seen a single wishing for COVID and Joe Biden's life. We are not the same. Yeah, I don't want to see anyone die. So let's see. Andy Johnson.
With generative AI on AW.
He's not supposed to be here right now. And he's not supposed to be here now, has two different meanings. Remember, he said that in Detroit at the debate, that he isn't supposed to be there right now, that he should be enjoying old age in one of his many houses. And now he means he shouldn't be alive because he's doing what he should be doing. And it's real, again, 1/4 of an inch. I say inches, but about 1/4 of an inch, he'd be dead. 1/4 of an inch. Centimeters. All the delegations are now taking the state markers. By the way, the next convention is 4 years from now. Houston, Texas. Get your air conditioning ready. That's going to be something else. Donald Trump will, God willing, be speaking at that convention in 4 years as the sitting president and handing the baton to whomever, hopefully J.D. Vance, if he were to decide to run for president. That's way down the road. We got to win, we got to govern, we got to do a lot of stuff. But look at that man. He is a man who is full of zeal and gusto for life.
I love it.
As he should be.
He's our
Man
president.
full of gratitude, appreciation. Do you notice the delegates aren't going anywhere? They are soaking in this moment of divine grace and intervention. I mean, that floor is still packed. They are not moving an inch. There's Chloe, one of Don's 5 children. There's Tiffany. There is Vanessa, Don Jr.'s ex-wife, mother of his 5 children.
It's awesome.
I'm not sure who that is. I know almost all the grandkids. I don't know who that is. Oh, you know, I think that's either Tristan or Spencer. Boy, they've grown up. They're just enjoying it and soaking in it, as this is an earned moment, and also one that is given from the heavens. These kids will remember this for sick, not feeling well.
Okay, I thought I didn't see him.
Look at that first family. I love how they coordinated outfits and ties. You could really tell how Donald Trump embraced JD, that he really looks at him as the next generation. There's Kai Trump, who gave a great speech, by the way. Unbelievable speech. She also coordinated the dress as well. He really loves his grandkids. There's Jared. Jared is a dear friend. I've known Jared for quite some time. And Jared is a very de-emphasized role in all this, which is different. He was heavily involved in 2016 and 2020. And there's Ivanka and Jared. Ivanka, who did not speak at this convention, and Ivanka, who had a prominent role speaking at both the 2016 and 2020 convention. You might say why? It's because this blood sport of politics wears you down. You can't fault them. You can't say, I'm telling you that it takes a superhuman type energy to keep this up. I'll tell you, Kai is going to be a major influence one day, and influencer. She's got the
I did too
power.
for a second.
She really does.
But then I seen that kid was a little bit shorter than Barron, because Barron's taller
As
than
they get the
Trump.
next family shot, are you guys able to show that in the bottom right-hand corner, cut 200, just how all these kids have grown, how everyone has grown in the last 9 years? I mean, it will take your breath away when you see the contrast. Now, I don't see Jared and Ivanka's Woody. There's Kai, Don the Third. There's the contrast. Look at that. Look on the right when he announced 9 years ago to last month. It's been 9 years and 1 month. Kai is being held by her mother, Vanessa. And then look how she's grown in the last 9 years.
Yeah.
Tiffany's on the far right. She is now married. Eric and Laura, I don't know if they had any kids at all.
For sure. Well,
Barron Trump is now the tallest of all of them, by far.
yeah, he is.
It's incredible.
Yeah, they're not talking about anything.
How the world changed in the last 9 years. Look what that family has been through. 3 conventions, 1 presidency, 2 impeachments, 4 different separate indictments in 4 different jurisdictions. Trump getting shot, an assassination attempt. COVID. 2020, January 6th. And yet it feels as if all that's behind us. This is one of the greatest American comeback stories in history. This is a story that I joke around with the team, are we living in a movie? Are we living in some sort of a simulation? And J.D. Vance, who was running for the U.S. Senate 2 years ago, is now the vice presidential nominee.
I love it.
Looking at that wide shot. Remember, we did not even have a convention in 2020. We had a live stream convention, but there was no in-person meeting of the delegates. There was no such thing. Delegates are starting to thin out a little bit. But I just want you guys to soak it in. One of our members here says, Charlie, thanks for covering this wonderful RNC. I've never in my 63 years watched a convention for more than one speech. This year, I loved every minute of the last 3 days. I love President Trump. Tonight, I laughed, I cried, I clapped, I pumped my fist in the air, I hooted and cheered. Greatest production I've ever seen. God bless you. And I bought a t-shirt from your website. Thank you very much. God bless you. By the way, can we give a round of applause, like a little, to the band? They were awesome. Were they really great? I thought they were really good. Does Daisy and Emma agree? I thought they were terrific. I thought they were really great. That's not an easy job to do, by the way. You don't know really when you're going to be called upon. You're not really sure how long. You got to be interesting. You got to be engaged. You got to have different songs. You got to get people moving. Daisy and Emma are giving them a round of applause right now. I thought they were really, whoever they are, those are more than a cover band. Those guys could play. And also, I think that was either Tristan or Spencer who hit that. Donald Trump is now exiting the stage for what we hope is his last convention. Because that means that he'll win. And yeah, that band played all week. I mean, they played for 4 hours a day, 16 hours.
Well, I'm hearing Trump or Biden is pulling out now.
I thought they were really, really great. One of the quotes of the evening, the attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement. The truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Wow. And all of you, you're part of this. You are part of frontline history right now. The band is called the Nashville Band Six Wire. They're advertised as the go-to guys for television. We might have them for Amfest. They're really good. Really good. Didn't make it about themselves. It wasn't about look at me. Thought they deserve a lot of it. That's a tough gig. I got to be honest.
I don't think Biden withdrew
Caleb,
yet,
one of
though.
our supporters, says, love the band. They're called Six Wire. What are your plans on tailgating at the Ducks Michigan game? I will be there. That's right. I will be at the Ducks Michigan game in November. Michelle and I would love to come to North Carolina. I will be there. That's the Saturday before the election. I will be there. By the way, we're doing 21 campus events this fall. Because we got to go all out. We have to go all out. Band is continuing. Looks like the family is exiting the stage. I just want to keep soaking this in now. It's like the Olympics. You only get it at once every 4 years. And in this case, you've not seen a convention in 8 years of this intensity, this energy. And yes, for all of you asking, I know it is the most pressing question right now. I will be in Chicago for the Democrat National Convention. I know all of you have been very curious about whether you're going to see me there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back the chairman of the Republican National Committee.
All right, we can cut that out, guys. Cut out of that. Thank you. I want to replay some of these tapes here as he's going to gavel out the convention. So, guys, let's just understand what happened.
That's what I was just saying.
Donald Trump walked through his own assassination attempt.
Yeah.
I don't think that's ever happened before in a convention.
No.
I don't think we've ever had anybody walk through their own assassination attempt. I actually might want to go back for the prayer, guys, if that's okay. Can you let me know when that prayer begins? I think it's appropriate to end with a prayer given all of divine intervention this week. So when that, unless we've completed, okay, yeah, can you let me know when his prayer begins? Let's go to Dr. Mario right now and all bow our heads in a time of prayer.
For being here and granting me this opportunity to address the Republican National Convention 2024. I'm staying on script, but I got to say one thing. Just 4 hours ago, my granddaughter was born.
Awesome.
Ayanna Leah Dickens. Yes, my granddaughter is here. I just wanted to welcome her into the world on this stage. One nation under God. Reflecting on the significance of this phrase is crucial in the days to come. The path we have traveled has not been easy, but it must be navigated with dignity and perseverance. The Holy Scriptures state that the peace of God surpasses all understanding. I pray for peace in this nation, peace on the campaign trail, peace on our streets, and peace in our homes. We extend prayers for Corey Comparator, who tragically lost his life in Saturday's assassination attempt, for the innocent bystanders injured, and for their grieving families. May the presence of God be with them. It is God who established governments, as explained in Romans 13, verse 1. And for that, we are grateful. My wife, Cherie, I love you. My parents and my children know that God is the ultimate answer. As you leave this Republican National Convention, do so with the confidence that He will guide your path and keep you in His grace. My hope is that we all find joy in the days to come and embrace leadership in the up-and-coming elections that will guide the next 4 years with wisdom and peace. So please stand with me as I end this prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In Jesus' name we pray. God, we give you the honor, the praise, and the glory. Hallelujah. President Trump, Senator Vance, may God lead you and guide you. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Great job. Thank you. The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of Wisconsin for the purpose of making a motion.
They're gonna end the convention there as they began it. Okay, let's play some pieces of tape here for those of you that might have been cutting in and out. Also, I just want to give you a little update here, some exclusive update. We have we're very well sourced in Republican politics, but we're unusually well sourced also in some circles in Democrat politics because we have some adjacent donor connections that are very connected in Democrat society circles. Not going to say any names. So while this is just kind of our summary, Blake put this together for us. Okay, so it's this. While Donald Trump gives the Republican Party its most unity since 9/11, a source who has spoken to Democrats in the last 24 hours says the party is in a state of utter collapse. Kamala isn't ready and her staff is not ready. They don't know if Biden has her back. Democrat lawmakers are 100% certain that Biden is gone, yet haven't actually gotten Biden to submit. They're just confident that increasingly ugly tactics will force him out. One of the words Democrats are using, landslide. We don't use that word. That's their word. The entire party is oscillating between panic and doom. I'm glad I was in Milwaukee this week. Yeah, and Blake, if you want to head over to the studio, that's fine. We're going to be going for a little bit here. So let's do cut. Let's just kind of... Goodness, the cut sheet here is a reflection of the week, by the way. The cut sheet starts with assassination attempt all the way to convention. Boy, what a week. It's just hard to even summarize what's happened this week. I'm trying to go all the way down to the cuts here of... Do we have the cuts from tonight. Can you guys let me know how that is when they do? Okay, so let's summarize. Not even a week ago, Donald Trump got shot. He accepts the Republican nomination. We know that J.D. Vance is now the vice president, which was not the case before that. And here's a good summary. Here's Van Jones on CNN, who I thought, again, he's a communist, but he's very honest with some of these things. Let's play cut 198. Very powerful here, 198.
This spirit that this guy has, you guys think this because he's drunk? He's not. This whole thing is like this. And he's drunk on the guys, the last time I was in a convention that felt like this was Obama 2008. Yeah, there's something happening where...
You wrote a headline, by the way.
What's that?
You just wrote a headline with that comment. Just like Obama, Trump is showing in this convention he has the capacity to alter the composition of the electorate. That is
the difference between 2008 and now is that Obama was actually popular outside of his own party, and that's not the case.
I don't think you should overstate it. Lady Melania Trump in the...
See, Axelrod's really upset. He said that because Axelrod was the designer of the whole Obama thing. He's very upset. Can't handle it. The joy from this convention was palpable. It didn't feel like victory celebration, though. It just felt like a gratitude to be alive. And every delegate was so sweet and happy and uplifting. And just understand, you're on your feet for hours a day and you're crammed into these small little spaces, and everyone just was thrilled to be alive. You gotta love that. You just gotta love that. Okay, where are the cuts here from President Trump's speech? So President Trump said, I'm only going to mention this once and one time only. And so Donald Trump went through in great detail from his own recollection of exactly what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Exactly what occurred. And hello to Real America's Voice here, by the way, as we are summarizing the Republican National Convention. We're going to go through this. So let's go here. President Trump accepts the nomination, and this was chilling. 175, he says, I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Play cut 175.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
This is a longer tape here, and it is worth playing. This is Donald Trump in a 2-minute clip talking about the tragic death and injuries from the Pennsylvania rally. Play cut 176, the longer tape.
Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, 2 other great warriors, spoke to them today, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, 2 great people. I also spoke to all 3 families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and 2 precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
I don't think that was planned. You look at how Trump looked over there. He heard the crowd. I just think his instinct says, I'm going to walk over there. I'm going to embrace it. And then he's going to kiss the helmet. I had a New York Times reporter text me. Again, I don't want to get you guys too excited about this stuff. He said he's going to win New Mexico, Virginia, New Hampshire, too, and Maine if this is how he handles himself post-assassination.
Yeah, for sure. This is what he needs to do.
Let's play another piece of tape here. By the way, CNN is predictably attacking his speech, predictably, as you would imagine. Let's go this one. Donald Trump says, we will not break, we will not back down, we will never bend. Play cut 178.
We will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you.
I love it.
This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God.
So powerful.
All right, chat. On that note, I'm going to end it. I really appreciate everybody stopping by and hanging out with me tonight. We will definitely be doing more live streams a little bit more often, but I will see you guys later. Have a great evening. Peace.